Greetings, my excellent friends. Didn't quite manage the I that time. It is a Saturday, which means we are back to Ace Attorney. I've only got a case and 3/4 left, shall we say. That sounds about right to me. We've got, for the first time, we didn't stop on a to be continued, because my throat was telling me to give it a rest for the night, but we're on Turnabout Beginnings, which is a curious case, given that it's a flashback. I think it's the only case in the trilogy that has no investigation phase after a tutorial. So they always start with case 1, and case 1 just has a trial. Often a trial divided into 2 chapters, but just has a trial. This is the first time that they repeated that after case 1. Because it's a flashback, because we are playing as Mia again, and I suppose they didn't want to get too involved with that, creating a whole investigation multi-day section for her, which is a bit of a shame. It would have been fun to wander around as Mia and the mysterious Diego Armando, who looks a lot like someone else that we have seen in the modern day, or even with Grossberg, who doesn't seem to be in this one. But it is what it is. But because of that, this case isn't really as long. It's kind of a lead-in. It's kind of a prequel to case 5, which is the actual finale, and you can sort of see that because if we remember, the first game does have 5 cases, but you remember the curious thing about case 5 is that it was added on later. It's not part of the actual Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney story arc. It's a really, really long bonus that they added when they moved it to DS and released it in the West for the first time. So we've always had Rise from the Ashes, but it's not technically part of the original makeup. So, when 3 came out for the first time in Japan on the Game Boy Advance in, I think, 2004, this is the first time we had 5 cases, so the extra one being short makes sense. It was previously 1 short tutorial and then 3 solid cases in each game. Sorry, this is the sort of organizational trivia shit that lights me up. I really like seeing how things are, how patterns are done in games. Like when I played through the Yakuza games, I always took note of exactly how many chapters were in each entry, because it changed. The standard was 12 or 16. And they very rarely did anything other than that unless they snuck in prologues or epilogues. It's always 12 or 16. The longer ones were 16, the shorter ones were 12. That interested me. But so too does Ace Attorney, where even as far as Apollo, 4 cases is the norm, except for 3, with its little bonus prequel case 4. And of course the first one for Rise of the Ashes, but initially it was 4. The Edgeworth games both have 5 cases. And the 3DS games both have 5 cases. And I think Great Ace Attorney both have 5 cases. So 5 became the norm, but 4 was the norm at first. And I think quite often they follow this logic of 2 of those 5 cases being short and 3 of them being longer. But I think the Edgeworth games have fairly even balance. I can't remember. I'm probably going to play those next. Not immediate next. I'm probably going to do something with my stream that isn't Ace Attorney, but the next Ace Attorney game I touch is probably going to be the 2 Edgeworth games on DS. Because more Edgeworth appeals to me at the minute for reasons. I think this is it. Turnabout Beginnings, 1-1 Trial, 256. That's the time of day that I finished, not the... Yeah, we're right in the middle. Okay, so we just finished interviewing Gumshoe, to set the scene, because we have not seen the scene. Again, this is trial only. We're having to try and wrap our head around something we haven't actually been able to poke, which I don't like doing outside of the tutorials, because the tutorials are easy. But nonetheless, here we are. This is a weird case to wrap our head around, because there's 2 incidents, and we're needing to not get them mixed up. But the incident that we're currently in court over is informed by the previous one, because the defendant is a death row inmate, Terry Falls. Interesting fella, my client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, escaped from custody 2 days ago, ran into a police officer, Valerie Hawthorne, on a bridge, and she was stabbed on this bridge. And then her body was found in, I think, her own car. He wouldn't have a car if he just escaped from jail. Just off from the bridge. And there is a witness, a photographer, I think they said, who saw them, supposedly, have their altercation on the bridge, and that's why he's on the hook for it. But he's also on the hook for something else from 5 years ago. Ever-fucking-dently. Note, 25. He was 20. Sentenced to death at age 20. What did he do? And then we have some interesting features in this case. Again, we have the mysterious Diego Armando, who's our co-counsel. And we also have Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, baby Edgeworth, 20 years old at his court debut. We'll also have baby Gumshoe, well, 26-year-old Gumshoe. But we shouldn't see much of him, because we just had 3 testimonies of his where he laid down the scene. Evidence-wise, we have badge, autopsy report, stabbed in the back with a knife, between 4 and 5 p.m., died blood loss. We have a map of the bridge, Eagle River, bridge has a hole in it. That's the car the body was stuffed into the trunk of. That's the bridge that there was an altercation from. Why did this happen? There is a note. Confidential police materials written by the victim, by the police officer. February 14, 1:21 p.m. Falls, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear a white scarf for identification. So, she had a meeting set up with the escaped death row inmate. The escaped death row inmate wanted a private meeting with a member of the police. We're dealing with a genius here. Also, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Crime photo. A photo of the trunk of Falls' car. Scarf worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. So that's the white scarf. It is covered in mud. We established previously. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this whole recap thing, it's from myself. If you've just watched the VOD and you've come here and you're like, I just saw all that. Yeah, but it's been a week for me, so I'm just getting myself back in because I don't remember this case as well as the previous ones you've watched me play. Anyway, she is not muddy. She was supposedly pushed down, stabbed in the back. Scarf muddy, her not muddy. Something's up. Also, we have the witness's photo. So this is the witness we're about to meet, who took this. We see Falls still carrying his giant ball and chain around. We see... Honestly, she looks like a mannequin, but it might just be the art style. We see our victim, Valerie, whose eyes should certainly be visible from the height of her face and the positioning of her hat, but nonetheless we cannot see them. She's got the scarf on there, and we see the bridge. And we also pointed out that her being stabbed in the back is curious from a photo like this, because that bridge is not wide enough for them to easily go past each other, but effectively, in order for Falls to conceivably stab her in the back, one of two things needs to happen. She needs to turn her back on the escaped death row inmate, or he needs to get his bulk behind her on the bridge. As to where the knife is, I don't fucking know. But he does look like a strong fella. Maybe he can hold the ball in one hand. Shall we? Also, we have a different judge, which is partially just to, I guess, explain away errors, and make case 1, which took place after this, make more sense. Because the judge, the regular judge who was in case 1, has no familiarity with this incident. I think the script needs that, considering how it's gone so far, and no doubt it will only get more interesting as it goes. Let's meet the witness. I want to see the witness. Who's the witness? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. Also, the prosecution didn't want to summon the witness. We had to push for this for some reason. Edgeworth wanted the witness to not testify and to merely provide the photo. Curious. Who is this woman? This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Ah, shit. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double in a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast! As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me.
Sir?
Yes, my dear.
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes.
Come on!
Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. It's no trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student. A freshman in the literature department.
You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct?
And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate? How can you be so mean?
Now see here, what are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time I'll be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken.
Melissa Foster, a college student, witnessed and photographed the incident on Dusky Bridge. Now, I could play around here, but we know that that's Dahlia Hawthorne. We know, as Gwumbush said. We've already met her in the future past, in the previous flashback, which takes place after this one. This was young Phoenix's girlfriend who was the murderer of Case 1, but her name was Dahlia Hawthorne. There. Now, one could look at this and say, okay, well, that's interesting. Perhaps Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't her real name. Perhaps we don't know her real name yet. Perhaps either one is possible, right? But we do have reason to suspect that this one's the fake, because we can see it in two places. First of all, Hawthorne is the name of this case's victim, Valerie Hawthorne. Although I don't see a great amount of facial resemblance. The other thing is this victim's note in which the word Dahlia appears. But this is interesting because this is some player knowledge. Mia doesn't know shit. The other case hasn't happened yet. Huh? Is she staring at me?
And you would be?
Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey.
I see. So you are...
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
The witness's photograph.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wild flowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field, surrounded by tall cliffs.
So you took that photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Oh, what a cute camera! Just like its owner. Melissa Foster took the witness's photo with this. It's a small but powerful model. All right, Ms. Fay, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. The witness's photograph. Every time it just makes me want to fucking put handcuffs on her and immediately send her to jail.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wild flowers.
Did you say wild flowers?
Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wild flowers.
But it's only February.
Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come.
I know just how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Would you mind if we got back to the facts of the case, Your Honor?
Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge.
Was there anything strange about the two of them?
I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them. Like some kind of peeping Tom.
No, not at all. Everyone's like that. I love watching people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place. Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them. Especially dressed as they were.
Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely.
Were you indeed?
Suddenly, they just started fighting.
Do you have any idea what they were fighting about?
Huh? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that?
Oh, I just thought maybe you overheard what they said.
I would never eavesdrop. I I've got more class than that.
That's right, Miss Fay. Don't drag the witness down to your level.
That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment.
Why did you take a photo?
Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over.
Smells like a lie to me. Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. So you wanted to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on this.
All I could do was use my camera. So I took the photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. And right after that, I called the police.
You called the police?
Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try to escape.
We were already moving before the call even came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we had already started our operation. That was certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh? If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. You're going to have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers. You're going to have to come up with something really good, Mia. Yeah. Yeah, we are. I mean... Took the photo that shows the crucial moment? Why does she believe this is the crucial moment? It's not a great photo. Nothing happens in it. It just shows them... It proves that they're on the bridge. That's it. I don't think that's crucial. But I don't know if that's the present... the presentation. Yeah, no, she also says that's right. Yeah, after they started fighting. This does not look like a Steel Samurai battle, Melissa. If that is your real name. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that?
Well, you see...
The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Don't! My apologies, young lady. But Ms. Fay's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he?
I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
You ran out of film?
This photo was the last one.
What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos?
Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it.
So you took photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once, too. Please, no details. It seems that Ms. Fay's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo? Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers.
This is the same testimony, isn't it?
The victim turned around and tried to run away, but...
The victim. Why do you think she tried to run away? With her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal. This was a large, powerful man with a knife. If it had been a quaggy... What the fuck? What's quaggy? Adjective, yielding easily to pressure or weight, not firm, mushy, pappy, pulpous, pulpy, soft, spongy, squashy, squishy, yielding. Okay. I see someone else looked it up as well. Which case is this again? Yeah, this is 3-4, Turnabout Beginnings. You'll see that Edgeworth is specifically doing some Von Karma emotes in his younger days. If it had been a quaggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently. Quaggy? Why, you... If it had been me, I probably would have jumped into the river. There's still something wrong with this testimony.
She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back.
So you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him?
Well, it's a narrow bridge, and it was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off.
Mm-hmm.
I only wish I could have done something to help her.
Mm-hmm. That seems to make sense. I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off. Ha! Does it now? You have a good sixth sense. When you feel that something's off, that's when you need to figure out why. If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. Bridge! Out! Only so much space! So we present this because of the giant big ass hole in the middle of the bridge. Witness, your testimony is a joke.
Huh? What? But I just...
Miss Fay, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and 2 bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were 2 contradictions? It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the 2 of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end? You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. What does all this mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in the diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha! That guy's good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward! Well, Miss Fay, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No, it wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir.
Running from the crime. Running off that bridge.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Ah, well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Ha! That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Fay. The cross-examination, if you please. The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms.
Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge?
Actually, maybe she did fall.
Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy. If you don't mind, I was asking the witness. No need to be so rude. Well, young lady?
Of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could.
Ha! We're one step too slow. And then what did the defendant do after that?
Then he carried her over to the car.
You personally witnessed that?
Yes.
Did anything strange happen when he did that?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it strange or not. But that was when the victim's scarf fell off.
You mean this scarf? Her words match what we found at the scene. I don't see any problem.
I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden.
You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself?
Yes.
Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult. Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body on a bridge like that? Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly. Wow. Why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? Ms. Fay, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us.
He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge.
Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it?
Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there.
But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct?
There is also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. You know those monks. They just love cold, isolated places.
I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. She saw him through the big mountain. Supposedly she was here. Which... unless this is meant to depict a crater, does not suggest that she would be able to see him after he moves past this, even further along. Like, if we look at these, if we look at that as almost a sight line, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body?
Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face...
So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face? One second. Aaron, hello. Did everybody die? Oh, that'd be spoilers, wouldn't it? But like, were there tears? Anyway, I don't remember if I read this line because I had to send something. It was fantastic. Well, I mean, one day I'll watch your whole damn campaign. So I maybe won't start with the last episode. Yeah, so you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face?
Well, they were far away, and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw.
Excellent. You're a remarkably honest young woman. Something about this testimony is bothering me. But what? Hey, kitten. Have you ever put salt in your coffee? No, why would I? Why not? Huh? It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is, if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something. Like a piece of evidence. He's right, Mia. Go present something. You've got nothing to lose. By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well after all. Jesus.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden.
Okay, where am I presenting? I carried her over to the car, I think? Present the map? To be like, how the fuck do you know that? Aaron, you have news? Is it new? Well, I mean, share the news publicly if you can. If it's private, Maybe talk about it at my break? Ooh, is that new? Hang on. Okay, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I had the order wrong. I saw that and thought it was earlier. Map. That did not work. Why did that not work? Is it this one instead? It's gotta be the map, right? He carried her over to the car. What was the press for this one? He carried it all by himself? Yes. Narrow bridge. Is it even possible? Every second Wednesday, Aaron? I mean, Wednesday's a stream day for me, but that might work. If it's every 2 weeks and it's a somewhat limited scope. Like, how... You guys don't do open-ended shit that just goes on forever and ever, right? You have, like, a story arc in mind. I'm just gonna save here, because my confidence has been shaken. But I'm gonna present the map again. Ah, there's the music cut. He could have just dumped her off the bridge. How? I mean, they say that, but bodies tend to wash up. Anyway. A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Well, on a given Wednesday, I would start my stream now and it would end 4 hours from now. So, if your intended game happens during that time, the question is whether the people who are here with us today would mind too much if I did something different every second week on a different channel. Technically, I'm still working, so... For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Well, alright then. I didn't remember that. Ah. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Well, that would have to be talked about, Aaron. Order! 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 I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye. But I must admit it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, You claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature.
What are you talking about?
My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, sorry. Kieran, how you doing? You are feeling that bittersweet feeling of something you loved coming to its conclusion. Grief, but like in a fulfilled, cathartic way, I hope. Aaron and Kieran's, Caradan. But it's not... His name isn't hidden, so I haven't just, like, doxed someone. Vampire the Masquerade campaign just came to an end, not even today, like, I think an hour ago. Within the last hour, perhaps. I think it was pretty sure it was on when I started. That's the one that I guested on twice. Though the universe will continue. Unless you guys killed my character off screen or something. That didn't happen, did it? Sensible, Aaron. For the record, I am... It depends on... it depends on how close to the start or end of my sleep it is. If it's in the middle, no. If it's towards the start or end, it might work. We'll see. Why are we having a trial if the man is already on death row for a previous murder? What are they going to do, sentence him to a double death penalty? I think it's just a matter of bookkeeping, Demon Dragon. I like that, I like that y'all have picked a murder trial for your after party, by the way. Hi, Chris. Good shit. No matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Fay, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all.
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. Also, for you guys, I think for Kieran's the one I was telling you about. This character here, Edgeworth, is the one I'm playing in the fan musical thing. We finally got back to the part of the game that has him in it. Except this is a flashback. Anyway, dead woman with a piece of her own hair going up her nose. That is curious art choice. You have no idea where I awaken or slumber. Here, let me just send you a DM and I will tell you. There we go. Okay. There we go. You saw my announcement. You thought you think it was Twitter. You looked it up because you knew nothing, and you were sad that you haven't seen me play. Yeah, no, he's mostly in the first game. He's because the way Phoenix Wright works is there's always the lawyer and the prosecutor. In the first game, it's mostly Phoenix and Edgeworth. The second game, Edgeworth is in it less, and there's a new prosecutor. The third game, same thing. They always do a new prosecutor to, make there be a new character arc. Although right now we're in a flashback. We're currently playing as Phoenix's mentor, Mia, who is dead in the main timeline, which is why we've got Edgeworth. He's the prosecutor in the flashback. This is his first ever case. Whereas previously our prosecutor this game is this guy, and we're starting to see a bit of his past as well. Anyway. I'm not going to give you an entire Ace Attorney primer. You're just going to have to bear with us. But right now we are it's a weird case because we sort of know who's the culprit. This is Terry Falls. He is a death row inmate who has been who escaped and apparently murdered this police officer while having a clandestine meeting with her on the bridge. This bridge. He then took her body and stuffed it in a car. This was all witnessed by a photographer who was standing here. The photographer's name is Melissa Foster, except we have seen her before, because this is a flashback. We know that this girl is a complete fucking liar. We know that Melissa's not her name, and we know that later in her life, she will commit a murder. So she's probably done something bad here. And that's not a spoiler. That's where we are right now. We all know this. So it's a weird case. Because we, the player, know shit that the characters, even the one we're playing, don't. We'll get there. Also, yeah, there's probably some clips you can find of Aaron doing a fantastic job in the last case. He came on to do a voice for a side character, and he knocked it out of the park. It's because he's had a lot of practice with the French accent, I think. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witnesses told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise the mean lady might yell at you again.
Who was he talking about? All right. I'll do my best. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms.
Okay, so we're still bloody here. This is interesting. They're not doing new testimonies. That have to find something new. Is there a new statement? Carried her over to her car. That's not new. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. Is that new? I think that might be new. He couldn't leave the... That's not, and that's not. I think this has been replaced here.
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there.
Yeah, no, she can't see the fucking car. We already figured this out. She says she was standing here. There's a cliff in the way. She cannot see the car. We'll press it first, but I bet you it's just the same map again. It has to be at this time. They wouldn't put that big cliff if that wasn't supposed to be used. What did the man do then?
Well, naturally he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police.
And so that's when you called the police. You're sure that you saw all that with your own eyes?
Yes, I'm 100% certain.
Bullshit! Yeah. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time.
Done what?
Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Fay? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? Saw it with your own 2 eyes? So we can wipe off the grin?
Yes. And?
I see Melissa Foster is a student of improv. Good instincts. It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car. This outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car.
That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash.
Huh?
I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge. But that outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff, Snip! There! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car.
No!
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Oh.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong.
Really?
Hey, wait a minute! You can't just say that!
Miss Fay, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Well, no one else. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
What? But that's not fair!
Save the tears for later, kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Don't look back until the trial is over. Now's the time to go forward.
But that wasn't fair!
Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony.
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there.
So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Well, Miss Foster? Until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Yeah, I did notice Sim made a clip, but it was not a bad clip. Find it, share it, let it fill Kieran and Chris, if he's still here, his ears with joy and bliss, and possible regret.
I'm Hugh Bliss. Ding.
Thanks. Well, witness?
Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk. Because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Let me see that photo. It's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Fay, are you satisfied? Aaron, it is available. I save every single Ace Attorney stream that I do as a highlight forever. Let's see, I haven't saved last week's yet. I usually do them 2 at a time. But when I finish tonight, I will save the last 2 that I've done. But that one's still available as a VOD, so the problem is I don't know where. This doesn't explain how she knew there were scratch marks on the trunk. That's a very good point. Scratch marks on the trunk are probably the thing to probe at. Also, yes, the 3-yard wide cliff. It's a compact sort of area. The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said. Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? I'll buy it. It doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Melissa Foster. It looks like you finally betrayed yourself.
What?
You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers. But even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. Ha! I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Fay explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... It's her car. She's passing by. She put the fucking body in herself. I mean, it's Dahlia Hawthorne. I feel like we just go for the kill. Because fuck knows she would. And likely did. Which, again... Is this her sister? Did she kill her sister? There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. Oh. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was... Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it?
That's ridiculous! I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that...
I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open.
But he stole the car.
He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition.
I see.
Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk.
No!
Preposterous! To even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs.
Now is your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it. Even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had brought the camera just to take this picture.
What are you trying to say then, Miss Fay? That's when the crime occurred. Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed?
Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field.
Would the defense please explain further?
Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question, we'll also make clear Miss Foster's true identity.
Well then, please answer the question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? If it's a staged photo, then perhaps our victim was already dead.
Naturally, the witness was right here.
But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing.
Yes. That's where Miss Hawthorne was standing, all right.
Order, order, order! Miss Fay, what on earth?
Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if somebody put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim.
How asinine. Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her. Terry Falls.
You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne.
What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo?
It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness.
What?
It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster.
Me?
Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne.
But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. The first time.
But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore.
You are just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof?
I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open.
Well, there's only like 12 of them, Kieran. And I would be very, 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 very thrilled to see you stream it. Even join you for it if you liked. What you want, if you're interested in this, to begin, as far as Steam goes, you can get Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, which is the first 3 games in bright and shiny PC HD, which is what I'm playing now. I am on the second last case, and I have 103 hours in this. Now, that's 3 games, so you don't need to, like, it's not... I'm not saying it's going to take you forever in a binge. I'm saying you can play a case, play 2 cases, play game 1 and then give it a rest, play game 2 and then give it a rest, you know, that sort of thing. Streamed or not streamed, it's very good. It's not really about the mystery, I will say. Like, you're seeing stuff here from very late in the game, which I wouldn't say ruins it. In fact, in the first few cases of Ace Attorney, they show you who did it in the opening cutscene. Sometimes they still do that further in. There are twists and turns, but it's more about identifying the villain really early and then spending ages trying to nail him to the wall. Absolutely, Kieran. It's got no, as you see, it's all text. So it's a really good... As I said, I had Aaron on, and I've had Snip on as well doing voices. I do most of them myself in my run because I like this shit. But it's a really good one to get, like, 5 friends and just share that burden with so that your throat doesn't die. Mine really should die, but I keep it going with water and experience. There's a bunch of other games, but a lot of them are harder to get in fully legally in a streamable sense because it was originally a Nintendo DS series. But you don't need to worry about that. There is another Steam version, but it's the most recent one, and it's a prequel. It's a prequel set 100 years before, like in the early turn of the 20th century. I haven't played that one yet. But it's completely divorced from everything else. So all of the Steam ones you could play. And then you don't have to worry about all the ones that are harder to get. The timeline of how she murdered her sister, dumped her body in the trunk of the car, the defendant drove to the point, and then had time to meet him on the bridge is interesting. Well, we'll keep playing and we'll find out. Anyway, yeah, just in terms of your usual streaming style, I reckon Ace Attorney would suit you good. It's a lot of fun. But make it something you bring friends for. Which you often do anyway, so, you know. I think you and Chris and Aaron and Sim trying to play different characters here would be hilarious. And me if you'll have me, but we'll see. Victim's note, I think. Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. This is the one with... Wear white scarf for identification. Yeah, I think that's the point we need to make. Well, I say that... Yeah, I say DS because my absolute favorite in the series is a DS game. But... Again, that's hundreds of hours in your future. So don't worry about it. And I wouldn't binge these one after the other, because you'll lose your mind. But they're really good. And if you play the first one, then in November you'll get to listen to the musical version of the first one, which I was a part of, playing this prick. Confidential police materials written by the victim. Yep. Ooh, the music's still here. Did I fuck up? No, she's speaking specifically. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. Huh. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No! Thud. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. This is a court case without any investigation period. It's always the first witness in these ones. That is true. This is one of the short cases, and in the short cases, it's always the first person you see who isn't the detective or the defendant. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together.
The only question is, why did she do it?
Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit.
Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Very well, this court is in recess.
And there's the to be continued. I'm glad I stopped when I did last week, because that was a lot. And that was a lot for half a section. But I guess that makes sense, because this is case 4, not case 1. So it is longer than a case 1 would be. And here's our defendant. Here's Terry Falls, who hasn't... we haven't seen him today. We've been talking about him all day, but we haven't seen him. February 16th, 1:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Kieran, I reckon Chris would be a good one for this guy's voice. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
I want to say thanks! You're real good! You really hooked me up!
Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime.
Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past.
Obstacle?
Yeah. Motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway?
Motive, huh?
Anyway, we're still badly in need of information.
Information. Right.
What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing.
What is it?
Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for.
I didn't do nothing! I didn't kill nobody! I never lie!
Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago.
Okay. I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dreamt of it. Every day. This picture. It reminds me everything. Bridge looks same. Just like then. 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart. Fall apart any minute.
So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years.
Ha! Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute.
It's true. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago. I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Your girlfriend? Huh? He was 20. Sister was 18.
Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne?
The victim's last name.
Dahlia Hawthorne. Valerie's little sister.
What? Are you serious?
The girl.
Oh, the girl! Let her go!
Shut up! Come closer and I kill her.
Sorry, but you're not gonna get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it.
Wrong! No protect sister! Valerie, betray me! Betray us!
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies, all make-believe. Kidnapping, too.
A make-believe kidnapping?
Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel.
Ugh, did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas.
I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia says. Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We send to her dad. Ask for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer 'cause she knew detective.
Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, all right. In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh?
Yeah, but that woman! That woman! Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot at me, for real. Me and Dahlia. I was shot in arm. Dahlia, she jump in river.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over.
And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence.
I couldn't believe it. That woman! She betrayed me.
That man. Terry Falls. He killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below.
These 5 years, all I wonder is, why? 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 Why did she lie? That's all I want to know.
So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself.
Yes, but I forget what she looks like. So I tell her to wear scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer come from her mouth. That's all.
So that's why you made a crazy escape like that.
Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls. Where is it?
Huh? Where's what?
Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond? Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it?
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know?
No, really. I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia.
With Dahlia?
That day, on the bridge. Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone. With Dahlia. Gone. Forever. into Eagle River.
Doing the eagle jump. It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne?
Never found her. My sweet Dahlia.
They never found her.
Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia. My teen angel.
Your teen angel. How old was she, anyway?
Just 14.
14? I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds.
She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man. Angels these days.
Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne really an angel, or is she a...
It's time, kitten. Looks like we might have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet. And we have the diamond.
Training wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
Yeah, Demon Dragon, it's not my favorite part of the Ace Attorney writing style. I don't know why they keep doing that. Not sure. Yeah, I get it, Guan. Well done. Well done. Wouldn't make sense for Dahlia to be 5 years older than Phoenix. 1:49 p.m., courtroom number 4. He has a rope to catch him? Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Do, 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 do. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try and pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer. Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next. Well, Ms. Fay, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think.
You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that.
Excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course! Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
Phoenix's expressions mean he's an amateur. Yeah.
It looks like this witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, she lights right up. Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say.
Melissa Foster's history.
I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago? Or kidnapping a poor girl? I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, eh?
Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder.
Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws. Put on your best smile.
You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. Melissa Foster's history.
I was out of the country until the year before last.
So what country were you living in then?
We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed...
It was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone.
I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification.
What kind of sob story is this? And why didn't you say which country it was? What do I do? Should I press her for details? Harder! Press her harder! Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in? Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. What country she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness had any connection to this case.
I've lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I could never have known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne.
Yes, I think we've established that point.
Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you've just stated to your official testimony?
Yes, please, Mr. Judge. Naturally, I didn't know either the victim or the defendant.
You didn't know either person. Are you certain of that?
Yes. I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people.
Oh well, that can't be helped.
Why is she just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth?
The first time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes, it really was a coincidence. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before.
So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway?
I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing.
You don't look much like a hiker to me. But you do look like a digger of sorts. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here, and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to.
Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess.
Didn't know you were such a goth. by the way, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. Huh? All that matters is that she is a material witness to the crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent.
Thank you. She's really gone too far.
Ms. Fay, you're treading on thin ice here.
I hardly said anything. Talk about insensitive.
And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer.
Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car.
Well, that's...
Unfortunately, Ms. Fay, your last statement proves nothing. Oh, really? And why is that? The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that at that time an officer showed her this photo.
That seems like a rather serious mistake. Ha! That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book.
That's not fair.
That wicked inmate. I'll never be able to forget that horrible day. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago?
A grudge?
Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death.
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges.
He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot about the poor policewoman as well.
What do you mean by that?
Your client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well.
Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful.
Harder! Press harder!
You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What did you mean by that?
Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a bitter man.
This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. It's pretty not great. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement?
Add it.
Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer, and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to further prove that point. No, that's not why I...
Enough. Witness if you would.
My pleasure, Mr. Judge. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf.
What do you mean by lucky?
Well, it's February now. Everyone is wearing scarves. If I had accidentally worn a white scarf like he said...
Then you yourself might have been killed.
That would have been a terrible loss for all this world. Ha! It looks like you pressed too hard this time, kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Keep looking around you and you're gonna lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk.
Or kidnapping a poor girl? I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
You knew about that incident. But weren't you out of the country until the year before last?
Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about his whole history.
So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right?
Yes.
I can't let her get away with these lies.
Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow, you're just gonna have to get her to show the court her true self.
I was out of the country until the year before last.
Oh, this is, yeah, doing it over. So what do we have? Justice needs to fall on Melissa with the force of a nuke. Yeah. Was the scarf white? No. The scarf's blue. Where does white come from? Is that from this? Wear white scarf for identification. Present the scarf about this. Present the scarf or present the note. Either one of them might work. It might. Sometimes they let you do that. Sometimes they have two pieces of evidence that prove the same point, and they just accept both. Other times they're bastards. Why am I doing Godot's voice for this clearly not Godot of individual? I almost want Kieran... is Kieran still here? I almost want him to fuck off and go to bed because I don't want him to get spoiled for, like, the later parts of the whole trilogy when he might play it, and should play it. Like, he's already seen a bit, but I do think it is for your good if you don't see past here. Like, this part here won't ruin it. It won't ruin it, but... it might if you keep going. Because I've played it before, but I'm doing this as a performance more than a, react. But it's a really good one to have as a react playthrough as well. Yeah, no, like, I'm glad that you're staying, and I'm glad that you're interested. I'm just like, if this is something you might stream, I should maybe tell you to go away. Yeah, Chris, if you join him for it, which would be awesome, then you should also fuck off. You won't lose anything in the first game, but... because we're in a flashback now, it's weird, but if we go out of the flashback to the present... Alright. It's not really a secret that this is Dahlia, because we meet, like I say, you meet her at the start of Game 3, and you also know she's evil immediately. So, yeah, it's fine. Dahlia Hawthorne evil is not a spoiler. Nobody looks like this, and is fine. We also have a Dahlia Hawthorne entry now, but with no face. Valerie's younger sister, victim of a kidnap murder, fell from bridge, no body found. Dahlia Hawthorne deceased. Anyway. I'm gonna present the scarf or the note. We don't know. The note says white, but the scarf isn't white. I think I'm going to present the scarf? Scarf. Or both of them, but scarf. Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. That's not what I presented, though. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Ah, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh? Ah, there we go. Havoc. This scarf looks neater and cleaner than you.
Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing.
I've got her now, just can't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Wait? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me.
Oh!
Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white.
Sorry, but not this time.
The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but
There's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is...
it's because of that.
Witness, have you ever seen this note? Note? No, never.
Does look white in the photo, yeah. But that's because it's a black and white photo. Like... every photo in this game is black and white. Do you know why? I don't. Because they very clearly have color. But every single crime scene photo is black and white. The maps can be color. But the crime scene photos are always black and white. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have.
I wonder about that. But what do you mean? This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification.
White scarf. Ah!
Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No!
Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public.
And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote this note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person.
Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten?
Yup. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... and that person is... Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You know, I've never heard that name before.
Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time... there is her name right there.
What's this? So who is this person? This... Dahlia Hawthorne.
Miss Fay must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
Dead?
Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago.
Killed in a crime? You don't mean...
Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls.
You said she was killed. But was she really?
What are you implying?
Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off of Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found.
She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead.
But the fact remains that her body was never discovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are.
Even you couldn't. Miss Fay, you're not saying... But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is, in fact, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Ah! Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. But I don't think he's into women, Mia. Witness, just who are you, anyway?
I'm...
I didn't think it would come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness.
Yes. I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't mean... Yes. The prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses.
But what did he say?
It looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go.
No way, but then why?
If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade.
Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see...
Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years?
That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime.
Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder?
Really, Miss Fay, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost.
How dare you?
Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Fay must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her.
What?
I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Fay, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me.
Ha! I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim.
That wasn't me. That was this guy, this crazy coffee addict.
I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man.
Ha! What makes you think they're empty, boy?
Edgeworth, I love you, but shut the fuck up. Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets.
I am sweating bullets.
You think you're in a tough spot, huh?
Of course, aren't I?
No. You've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you.
Up to me? The rashness of youth, how charming. This coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Fay, what motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? I don't think the diamond, Helio, because if the diamond was taken by Dahlia, that is a motive for Valerie to kill Dahlia, not a motive for Dahlia to kill Valerie. Looking at the note, though, we'll see. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. That was written by the victim. That was written by Valerie. This means that Valerie is perhaps regretting what's happening and is trying to save Terry. That's a reason. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, "Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. And we'll have to face the future." Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently.
A terrific story, Miss Fay. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Fay. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence?
Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne. And Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all.
Oh yes. I know this secret. I really love this case because this case is showing me Godot's style and Edgeworth's style right next to each other, and it is so fucking fascinating. Because, like, Franziska in Game 2 isn't that different from Edgeworth. She's not supposed to be. She was raised by the same man. It's a different voice, different accent, angrier and more aggressive, sure, but the same basic combativeness is there. Godot's different. Like, this is just me making an acting observation, but when I'm doing Edgeworth, well, earlier Edgeworth, and Franziska, you're sort of... mentally, you're here. You're here. You're staring down the opposite side. You got your hand on the tail. Godot, you're like this. The whole time, it's just... yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way... ah, right, yep, and also, it's, Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Oh, I'm sorry. Diego Armando. Better?
Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge.
Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia? But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles.
"5 years ago."
5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous! Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ms. Fay? Yes, Your Honor. As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. Ha! If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up, we've still got that info. That ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten, don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby.
I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. 5 years ago. Kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship?
Yes, as a tutor.
You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls?
No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me.
That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see. Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls. Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow?
The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge.
I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. $2 million?
It was still uncut, so it was about the size of a pint of milk.
A $2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that.
The defendant demanded that her sister Valerie make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual. By the way, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on that mountain? If he ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape. There's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety.
What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Falls is.
Yeah, right. It was all your plan.
Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain and... After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm.
That was a dangerous thing to do, considering you were being held hostage.
Yes, but actually that saved my life.
What do you mean?
You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off of the bridge from behind.
I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment.
Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try and run away, but Mr. Falls tried to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. And he had a bloodthirsty grin.
Bloodthirsty grin? Ooh.
And in the next instant...
Splash. I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift.
I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I had been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Then just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money.
Uh-huh.
And that's why you hid your identity?
Yes, I only told my sister.
Valerie Hawthorne.
Yes, she's the only one who knew about me.
Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years.
I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right?
Yes, my sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of.
That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all of the paperwork would have been impossible.
She was the only person left in the world I could count on. And you? You think I killed her? There's no way I could.
It's the moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is. I've just got to prove that kidnapping was a hoax.
After she made the exchange, she shot him in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. Well, that's the biggest lie. Right? Like, that's a semi-lie. That's true. That is true. That's impossible. That's her just contextualizing her bullshit. The big lie is here, but what do we put to the big lie? How do we prove that he did not try to kill her by shoving her off the bridge from behind? Nothing about Valerie's autopsy. Don't think there's anything in this? Because this is about the modern one, right? But then, this is, this was still there back then. The diamond. I don't want another penalty at this point. I've taken too many. I don't know what else it could be if it's this statement, because we don't have a lot of evidence, and a lot of the evidence is modern. But it could have something to do with the gap in the bridge. So I'm gonna try this, but I don't think it's right. Fuck me, it's right.
You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe.
But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls.
I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible.
Impossible?
I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago.
Is it because he could only push her from behind through this hole, but that would require turning his back on the gunwoman? Like, if we had this photo, that'd be easier, but we didn't.
That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind, as you have claimed...
Oh! So I was on the right track, I just wasn't thinking about it for the right reason. Instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. Ugh! You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?
You see,
Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct?
now that you mention it, I do remember now, when I fell off the bridge. My skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious!
Order! Order in the court! It seems Ms. Fay's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Now, Mia, this is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Ms. Fay's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous! What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Where? Do we have a better photo of the bridge? We do, but it's modern. Bridge unchanged for 5 years. Maybe we can use it. Yeah, like, you can't push someone off of this. The railing is really good. It goes right up to an adult head height, and it's spaced really well, and it's bendy from the looks. Like, you aren't getting through that by accident, nor through intent. You have to be picked up and thrown. You cannot be pushed with one hand on your back through that. Not unless the Hulk does it, or they lift you. Or you're really small. Now, she was 14. She was maybe, her head was to this one here. Or more likely up to here. No, 14. She wouldn't have been that much shorter than her here, actually. So, yeah, no, maybe to here. But I guess there's perspective, too. I don't know. But even if you were a kid, you know? So long as you weren't a toddler. Yeah, she is small enough to... Anyone, he could probably get himself through these intentionally. Because he could probably leap over the top. Whereas she could duck through one of these segments. Like, it's not impossible to get over if you really want to, but not the way it's being set. Your Honor, all the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there.
No!
But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young, and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. Ah! And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible.
Ah! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this?
Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally.
What? What is this?
Indeed. What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun in handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide.
Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh? Then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her. The $2 million diamond.
No. It can't be.
Yes. Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million? She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. That was a close jump. She's... Of the many things that you can fault Dahlia Hawthorne for, courage ain't one. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river. With the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Why, that's simply ridiculous. Order! Order! Order!
Your Honor, 5 years ago the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? The woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
But she was a detective then! You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping. Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia. And then, she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do?
She was going to tell the whole truth. As she wrote in her note! That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
Who is that, laughing at a time like this?
Forgive me. It's just hilarious.
Witness? Is that you?
You amuse me, woman. Ms. Mia Fey. Huh? You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally. You have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14, I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that...
Well, Ms. Mia Fey. South Robin, we already did. It's just case 1. So this is the weird thing about this case, and this is where we're not sure. Case 1 was a flashback to a later time in which we got Dahlia. Mia got Dahlia before Phoenix ever went to court. I've only ever seen Dahlia in the past. Dahlia is done. Jailed, presumably. But if we got her in the other case, what's about to happen here?
I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey. Are you stupid or something?
How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Where do you get that? Go on. Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
Of course you are.
Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Ha! Without evidence, the trial is over. Now, who decided that?
Mr. Armando.
Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony?
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie. That's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There is only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person that can testify to that demon woman's crimes? Gum shoot! No. It's Terry. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness?
Yes. We would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls.
The defendant?
There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia, disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls. So Guambush, who has not played the trilogy before and has only experienced this through my run-through, Guambush's contention is that this case is a lead-in to a case that will continue the story of Dahlia out of flashbacks, and will also resolve the hanging question of where is Misty Faye. When you put it the way you put it, it would be unsatisfying not to do either of those things. There's another question I would say needs answered, though.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this?
Why not? The prosecution has no objection.
Very well.
Misty Faye is Mia and Maya's mother, yes. We have never seen her. Only in mentions of the past. Because she went missing after the DL6 incident. Which was resolved almost entirely. Except for the part of Misty Faye. Which was interesting, because the first game in the second case, right, introduces DL6 as all about Misty Faye's disappearance. But then, case 4 goes back to DL6, but it's barely about Misty Faye. Maya's just there. And instead you look at what the case was about, rather than Misty's connection to it. Misty, still just gone. Game 2, nothing.
Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left.
Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes?
I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me.
Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Yeah, but it didn't do anything about that plot line, did it? It existed because of the plot line, but it didn't do anything for it. It did everything... It did a lot of things for the rest of the phase. Just not for her. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used. For $2 million.
That's not true.
Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other.
Terry.
Dahlia? It's true. You are alive. Apparently we have an extra witness stand or something. That's weird.
You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad.
Tell the truth. The real truth. I believed in you.
I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there is one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry.
Leah?
I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness!
I'm sorry. I apologize. Water! Please! Water! Can't talk. Need water.
Well, guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself.
Who Terry Falls saw.
That day, 4 p.m. I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there. So I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put no body in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood front of me. We talked. Then she left. That was Valerie. Not my Dahlia.
No, you couldn't have been there first. There was a hole in the bridge on the side she was standing on.
Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you?
That's enough, Miss Fay. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Fay, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Is this how you want it to end, Mr. Falls?
Although it's not really a cross-examination when we're the one who called the witness, but okay.
Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence?
Well, I mean, you got the death sentence for killing someone who's currently testifying in this courtroom, so I mean, we could probably revise the death sentence. There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think. Who Terry Foles saw.
That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of bridge.
According to the note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you?
It was raining. Already dark, too.
You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? Mr. Falls.
Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong memories.
Why did he just clam up? Could it be he's hiding something here?
She wasn't there, so I waited on bridge.
You were quite early, so you waited on the bridge, correct?
Yeah, I like waiting. I'm used to it.
I'm sure he is. Zebra Boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. To find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like a blink of an eye.
I watched my car from bridge. I never put no body in that car.
You were watching the car.
That bridge. Other side is broken. No body can come from there. So I was watching car.
What else were you expecting him to do? I suppose that's the obvious thing to do, but something's bothering me. I'm getting that feeling. A contradiction?
I wonder what's on the other side of the broken bridge, anyway.
No one lives there. There's a small shrine up on the mountain. But that's it.
Anyway, nobody came. No car, nothing. Finally, one woman came. She stood front of me.
Mr. Falls, think carefully now. Are you certain that it was Valerie Hawthorne?
I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. I remembered her face.
Wait a minute, if you had remembered her face, then why did you make her wear a scarf as identification?
Sorry. I told a little lie. But the woman I met, she was different from woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie. We talked, and then she left.
What did you talk to her about, anyway? Mr. Falls!
Valerie told the truth about the kidnapping 5 years ago. She said someone needed to take the blame for it. That was all I could think to do. She said that. That's why she lied. Got me the death penalty.
And were you satisfied with that answer, witness?
Dahlia died. It was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her in. It don't matter no more. Either way, my Dahlia, my sweet teen angel, dead.
But you just saw that she isn't dead.
After Valerie talked to me on bridge, nothing left to live for. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia.
How can you be so sure? It was raining at the time, and sunset that day was 5 o'clock. It would have already been pretty dark on that mountain at 4:30. Please, Mr. Falls, this is your last chance. You've already taken the fall once for something you didn't do.
That woman. It wasn't Dahlia.
Stop right there. What more needs to be said?
Even if it means the death penalty, even if it means taking the blame for murder, twice, you'll still do whatever is necessary to protect her, won't you, Mr. Falls?
I know it's obvious, but he's clearly lying. He's been cursed by Dahlia Hawthorne. He'll probably go to his grave still believing in her.
Mr. Falls.
Even if you can show he's lying, the poor guy will still be cursed. You'll still have to point out the contradiction anyway. That's the curse of being a defense lawyer, I guess.
This is the one where she said there was a contradiction. I think the problem is this photo, where we can see that Falls is standing, like, the hole in the bridge is that way. There. So, she had to be on the bridge before him, which is the opposite of what he's saying. I wouldn't put that here, I would put that for the next sentence, but this is the one where Pressing had her say contradiction, so I'm gonna try it. Yeah. So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're sure, huh? Well then, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying.
Huh?
Oh? I would love to hear your rationale on this, Ms. Fay. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth.
I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place.
Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge?
Yeah. It's an old temple, about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love.
A memento?
5 years ago, I hid it under base of tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get.
This little bottle on your necklace is a memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty.
Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car.
No!
Indeed. There certainly was enough time for it.
I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Huh? Mr. Falls?
That's enough. Please.
Witness?
I promised her 5 years ago, if it ever happens, that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle.
No! Stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess!
I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this.
Oh, we're so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence.
No. Don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia. Again.
Mr. Falls!
Mr. Armando, thanks for the coffee.
Mr. Falls! And so my first trial ended. Suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners. Only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep in my soul I thought it would never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. Add to the fucking list. But one person. The true criminal. Dahlia Hawthorne. She left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando? We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect, angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now, something has happened that's made me remember all this. Episode 4, Turnabout Beginnings. The end. A brand new episode has been added. Episode 5. Bridge to the Turnabout. I wonder where we're gonna be. We're at roughly... Well, we're at exactly the halfway point of the stream. Presuming I go another full 3 hours, which is very unlikely because I tend to... I tend to tactically choose my stopping points to not be awkward. But I'll try to do as much of the first investigation as I can. I don't imagine I'll get to trial. In fact, I wouldn't. If I got to trial, that's where I'd stop. But we will begin the final case after my break. Gonna have my usual food break on a Saturday, because now seems like the right time. There's still a question. Isn't there? I'll be back. I exist. I am returning. Food is eaten. Drink is not quite drunk. One more sip. That sip was larger than I expected. Okay. We begin the final case of the Phoenix Wright Trilogy. I'll have to think about what I do after this, when this is done. And this will take a while. This will take a good 4 weeks, probably. It is by design quite a bit bigger than the others. How many chapters is it divided in compared to the others? Right, yeah, no, it does that thing where it divides the investigation into 2 parts. So, whereas Stolen Turnabout, Recipe for Turnabout had 5 chapters each, Bridge has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9! It is basically 2 cases. It is basically both of those together. So we are not near done. But it is the last case, and I do have to start wondering, what do I do after this? I have thoughts. I think I'm going to take at least a moment to play some other things. But when we do return to Ace Attorney-related streams, I think my next step will be the Edgeworth duology, which skips Apollo Justice, but I think Apollo Justice is better played next to a different set of games than those two. They don't cross over at all. So, it comes down to this. Bridge to the Turnabout. I think I've stalled enough. I don't want people to miss the opening if they bug it off because I was on break. So, I think I've stalled enough to get people's attention. Oh, that's the save. Never mind. We are saved. We go back. That's what continues. Back takes us forward. Shichishito, the treasured Kurain village heirloom,
with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Whose name means 7-branched sword. Also a capitalist, apparently. Thank you, Mia. It is said that this sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, the choices limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. And when the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to this world, is severed, the illusion is revealed, and the implacability of fate is finally laid bare. What hat would you like, Mew? February 6th, 9:48 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah? What is it?
You know how I've got spiritual powers, unlike you?
How many Snips hats? Because there's 3 of them at this point. There's the good one, the clown one, and the embarrassing one. Or the stereotypical one, shall I say. Two of them are over there. Can I show them? Well, the clown hat's over there. Much easier when somebody just asks me to pull one out. There's the stupid one. There's the nice, impressive one, which I quite like. And then there's the jester hat, which I'll put on if you want me to, but I'm not getting up just to show it and then not put it on. Sure. You are a spirit medium, after all.
But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right?
I guess so, yeah?
Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up.
Pearls? Because you have seen it, Mew. You are the person who was charged with giving it to me. You uniquely have the least of all need to see it.
So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick.
Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face?
It's the New Year's issue of Occult, Winter Spiritual Location Special.
Oh. Pearls looks so happy.
Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of intensive training. Oh, it sounds so good to be true.
You want the Joker hat? Okay. Then I will get up and get it. This will be one time a week in which I don't have any extra space on my desk. This is the let's make an irritating noise for the duration hat. The fuck? I don't know what that is. I don't know where it came from. I don't think I brought it with me. Hang on. Okay. Maya is going to be accused of murder one last time. You'd think the judge would know it's bullshit by the third time. If Maya isn't accused of murder at least once a year, she feels left out. Did you note that the production team behind the Ace Attorney musical, they have a name. They have a name, like, for themselves. That... Yes, this hat. You have seen it. They have a name for themselves that they use that is not just as simple as Ace Attorney musical production team. They call themselves the Maya Fey Protection Squad because she needs it. Desperately. I'll say. It sounds more like a scam to me. It's at a spiritual retreat called Hazakura Temple. It's way up in the mountains, and I bet it's nice and cold. It's just perfect for training. Now I definitely don't want to go.
You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there.
Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious?
Don't worry, I've already made special reservations just for us.
Well, sometimes life is disappointing you.
Yeah, and I signed up for the special course.
That's nice, and the timing couldn't be better. Since we don't have a case right now anyway. Alrighty then. It's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff.
Yes, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff.
Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? You thought it was much more subtle. Oh. Okay, that's the opposite of what it sounded like you said. Yes, it is. It's not subtle. It expands. Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old, which is an arbitrary age limit that was imposed just to force you here narratively, considering I'm 19. If I were 20, it would say 21. Interesting that we already have Godot and Mia in our character list. Mia I sort of get, because we're not about to run into her, but why is Godot here? It's weird. Nonetheless. Hey! I don't have anything to do with spirit power. The only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hazakura temple?
No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall.
Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places.
What? No way! How could you be so selfish?
It is a very nice hat, and I'm glad to have gotten it. I mean, my crown's falling apart. Another one of those would probably be the most practical option, but if you want to be surprising, I don't know what to tell you, because anything I tell you would stop being surprising the second I tell you. Unless you note this down now, and then I forget about it. Which I may do. Yeah, I wouldn't go with that. Yeah. I don't wear things I don't feel comfortable in. Not in public, not in private. I will play things up, Mew, for the sake of entertainment. But if you make a suggestion and my response is to say no in a flat voice, that's fairly clear.
What? No way! How could you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick, look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful?
Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toasty at home. What the?
What is it, Mr. Nick?
Let me see that magazine. This nun.
Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick?
This girl. It's...
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honestly, How can any woman ever count on you for anything? You disgust me.
But it can't be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison.
Mr. Nick?
I'll go.
Huh?
Hazakura Temple. I said I'll go.
Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Yes! Oh, thank you, Mr. Nick! You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right?
Occult New Year's issue, an occult magazine featuring Hazakura Temple. Received from Pearls. Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple. But I just had to see for myself. I just had to see for myself. I think that shouldn't be there. I had to be there for myself. I had to see for myself. I think they got caught between those two potentials. Who this nun really was. February 7, 3:24 p.m. Hazakura Temple, main gate.
It's so cold here, Nick.
Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change.
Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's raining.
A snowed-over snowmobile. Added jingles to Frozen Solid Voices. Yeah, no, that... I hope that improves the atmosphere, and you can thank Mew for that, who has a keen sense of thematically appropriate humor. But yes, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Achoo! Her teeth are chattering so loudly, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying.
Wow, Mystic Maya! So this is the famous Hazakura Temple. Pearly. Well. How nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Oh, thank you. Achoo! Oh, my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold.
What's with the past tense? We're freezing into human popsicles as we speak.
Well, we are high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please, follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to think I would pass... Oh, yes, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini.
I have questions.
Bikini?
That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's a tradition to have one, and I wanted something that has a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. It certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel.
Reckless?
Wahaha?
Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. We can come back another day.
But you went through all the trouble to get those Yes, all right. You've come all this way, so please enjoy yourselves. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? It's a spiritual temple, but I mean, she's a nun.
What do you think, Nick?
Pretty awesome gate, huh? It's got a pretty good gate. It sure is. Looks pretty well maintained, too. This kind of thing puts your hometown to shame, Maya.
Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened in Kareen Village. We used to be a lot richer back when people hired us to perform channelings.
Oh, I see. But now the place looks a bit run down.
I guess I was just born in the wrong time. That looks like the main hall where we'll be staying tonight. From here, it looks like one of those ice hotels you always hear about.
They gotta have a heater or something in there, don't you think? I don't want to die.
I'm not worried. I brought my hot water bottle.
Did you bring one for me?
What are you talking about, Nick? Who carries around 2 hot water bottles?
If the cold doesn't kill me, the Ice Queen over here will finish the job. Fun fact, Bikini is short because they ran out of space to put all of the assets.
Oh, look! It's a cute little bell tower! I absolutely love the sound of a giant bell.
Oh? So which do you like better, that or the sound of money?
Sorry, but I'll take money for the win, Nick.
What are you apologizing for?
Oh, look! It's one of those snow motorcycle things.
Most people call that a snowmobile, you know?
Snow motorcycle things. Snowblow meal. Same thing. Too bad we didn't invite Desiree. I bet she could race like the wind on this slowmobile. Or maybe she'd give me a ride on this blow snowbile.
Ah, I told you, it's snowmobile. That's a dangerous thing to mix up. Would you like an attorney's badge? I may not look like it, but I can tell you I'm very much in demand. And to be quite honest, I'm finding this a little difficult to say.
What is she trying to say, Mr. Nick?
I think she's trying to say that she's busy.
But seriously, Nick, what's the deal? Nothing has even happened yet, and you're already shoving evidence into people's faces. You need to forget about work and relax a little. Try and have some fun, okay, Mr. Nick?
It was just my badge. Yeah, you're right. Sure, pin the hypothermia around the lawyer is great fun. Do you know who this man is? Just in case. Just in case she was secretly Godot's sister. So what's a channeling dojo anyway?
Oh, my, you don't even know that? Forgive him, sister. He knows not what he's saying.
Well, just call me Bikini and forget that sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power. Holy items? If you train an entire evening surrounded by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seems to envelop you. Wow. She must have just gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe.
So what exactly is the special course?
You must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell. 30,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. Huh? It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia, or maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful?
Oh no. I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Maya up for this.
Sister, about this picture. Well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Yeah. Unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. The makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? That sounds kind of... Sorry to cut in, but... This Iris... Where is she right now? Oh, just listen to you! You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? No, no, no! That's not what I had in mind. At all. Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look at the main hall for now? So she's in the inner temple, huh? Presumably then, showing her this doesn't do anything. Yeah, that is a familiar as fuck face. Alright, there's the main hall, and there's the suspension bridge! The suspension bridge! Let's take a look at the suspension bridge! February 7, suspension bridge! Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick! Yeah, look at that big cannon below us. Hey, there's a river down there! It looks like it's flowing real fast. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Oh. Hey, I got it! Maybe you should try face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump! It might just be what you need to get over your fear of heights. Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Uh-huh, yep, great. Anyway, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Dusky Bridge. Well, it's practically the same thing. Oh yeah, that's definitely engraved. That is really bad. Look at that. Despite the fact that this is a drawn image, that text looks digitally placed. Like, of course it's digitally placed, but it's facing, like, it's straight. It's facing us, but the rock is not straight. The rock is like in perspective, but that is just like flat. Somebody typed Dusky Bridge in a font and placed that over the layer of the background. The person who did the background did not do the words. That is so bad. Why is that so bad? Anyway. This, yeah, when there's text here, that looks fine. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. This sign here is so old the text seems to have vanished. No, it's very clearly there. The path leads to a wooden staircase that goes down to the bottom of the canyon. Okay, I'll write wooden staircase on it then. Do you really think that is necessary? You'd have to be blind not to see the stairs. Well, it can't hurt. Just pass me a pencil, okay? Graffiti is a crime, Maya. Also, it says Heavenly Hole. Looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there. I guess that's where I'll be training tonight. Do you want to train with me, Nick? And do the special course? Think not. But it'd be so great if you had spiritual powers, too. Really? I see dead people sounds more like a cause for alarm to me. Well then, why are you a lawyer? Come on, Nick! Why don't we hop across the bridge? It'll be fun! I'm not so sure. It looks like a bunny hopping across that bridge would destroy it. Okay, Nick. Then let's try to find a cute, fluffy little bunny and test your theory. That right there sums up the fundamental difference between sane and insane. Gonna get some sleep, dear? Thanks for joining us and putting a silly hat on my head. Once you arrived at a decision, of course. I still have another 33 minutes of hat, according to how long ago your sub was. But if you're not here, how do you know that I'm going to keep wearing it? I suppose the rest of my chat will snitch. I'll keep wearing it. Some letters are engraved into a roughly cut boulder. D-U-S-T-Y Bridge, huh? It says Dusky. Dusky Bridge. Okay? Come on, Nick. Take a look at that bridge and tell me it's not supposed to be dusty. This sign is obviously wrong and I'm gonna fix it. Now give me a pencil, Nick. Do I look like a pencil holder to you? Don't answer that. I can't believe there's a public phone here. Who would ever use it? People who live here, I guess. I doubt they have any real phones here. Yeah, but it took like 20 minutes to walk here from the main hall. It would have been smarter of them to build the main hall here, don't you think? Maybe you should work on channeling someone who makes logical sense, Maya. Like her older sister? She's already pretty good at that. Main hall. February 7, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall.
The main hall. I think it's even colder in here. Achoo! Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yum. Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time?
Mystic Maya is right. Ooh, I hope there's mashed potatoes, too. I love mashed potatoes.
What a cute little acolyte. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Wow. This lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale.
Your outfit. Did you come here for the special course too?
Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm...
You're Miss Elise
Doxnam. Fuck me. Donim, I think.
Donim.
Yes, that's right. You know of me?
My name is Pearl Fay. I'm your biggest fan.
Who is she, Nick? I see it now. Svari! A fortune teller?
I've got all your books, Miss Donim.
What a sweet thing to say. And please, call me Elise. Books?
Mr. Nick, don't you know anything?
I mean, not really. Not generally.
Don't you even know who this is?
Well, an author, maybe? Yes. And an illustrator. Of picture books. Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it. So why have you got a staff and the weird little bowl necklace thing that Maya has? And I think Pearl has? Yeah. Elise Dunim, kind-eyed author and illustrator of picture books. Pearls is a huge fan of hers. Let's examine the room. That looks like a giant watermelon. It isn't. It's a Magatama, but... Good lord. I bet the writing on these sliding doors are instructions for spirit channeling. Kind of like how we scribbled math formulas on the bathroom walls to remember them. Except we couldn't go to the bathroom during tests. And I can't read these walls. It's a stack of straw zabuton cushions. Maya told me this type of zabuton is called Enza. I suppose if I'd never come out here, I'd have missed out on all these new things. It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one just like this in Korean Village last year. I guess they really do have something to do with spiritual power after all. There are straw zabuton cushions arranged around a hibachi brazier. I haven't seen a layout like this since I saw this really old Japanese movie on TV. If it wasn't for this hibachi, they'd probably freeze to death. But this is totally America, right guys? There's a laughably large Magatama on the altar. If I can see Cyclops with the tiny Magatama I've got, I can only imagine what kind of power this bad boy has under his hood. Just slaps it. Yep, this bad boy can see all your secrets. Of course, it's too big to actually wield it at you, but imagine. I'm sorry, I didn't know who you are. Or rather, I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's all right. I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. Also, I've decided that this character is a half-thought-out Janeway impression now.
And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always made me feel as if my heart has been purified.
It makes me feel very happy to hear you say that.
I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady.
Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle.
Yes. A friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much that they asked if it was all right to make it into a book.
Wow. Must have been a really great story.
Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick.
Recently I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say.
An apprentice?
He calls himself Loris. Loris Donim. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. On Loris's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support.
Of course, Miss Elise. Anything for you. Why did you come to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training?
No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on.
Wow! I can't wait to read it!
Burles is completely taken with her.
I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time.
So is that why you're dressed like you are?
The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them.
What can I say? She's really a sweet lady.
Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun.
Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. I want a staff like that. You like the crystal sphere? It's real amethyst, you know.
Maybe we'll find one like that up here on this mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one.
Well, you'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations.
Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight?
That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl?
Yes, yes, I want to help with whatever I can.
So helpful she turns into a Namazu. Pearls looks like she just won the lottery.
Oh, I'll help too then.
No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend.
Huh? But...
Oh, yes. Please, take this. I think it will be of help to you. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we? The inner temple. There it is. On the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple.
Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight.
Come on, Nick, let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Will we now? Well, we did explore everything, so... Onwards, back to the main gate.
Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go?
I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out.
Oh, right. I think her name is Iris?
Yeah. That was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I am scared of what I'll find.
Huh?
Nothing. Let's walk over the terrifying bridge to the inner temple gate.
Whoa, that bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. And at least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention that last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green.
Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes! That temple is in bad shape. It looks like it could collapse at any time.
I guess people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're going to train tonight?
That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here. Like a ghost might jump out at you or something.
A spirit medium. Afraid of ghosts. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? I don't care how much you pay me. I don't want to cross that bridge again.
No worries, Nick. No one is offering you any money.
That's because no reasonable person would call that pile of popsicle sticks a bridge!
The latter half of it was nothing more than a few planks of wood and some string! Hey, if we want to get back, we've got no choice but to cross it again, you know. Maybe I'll just stay. You know, I've always dreamed of living in a little shack in the woods. Wow, you really are scared, aren't you? It looks like this bridge is suspended by 4 of these wires.
They're really thin. Shouldn't they be just a little thicker?
Oh, stop it. You're such a worrywart, Nick. If the bridge were really going to collapse, I'm pretty sure the boards would break before these wires ever did. What's wrong? You're turning into an oven-ripe avocado again. Oh, wow. Look at these neat Buddha statues. Maybe I'll take one home with me.
Hiya!
But there are so many. They wouldn't notice if I took just one.
Are you kidding? Of course they'll notice. Also, wrong visual novel. What are you going to do with one of those anyway?
Put it in the office, of course. We can trade that wooden statue in the office reception area for one of these.
You know, come to think of it, where did that wooden statue come from anyway?
Hey! There's a giant robot buried in the snow!
Well, there's something buried in the snow, but I think it's an incinerator.
Oh. But you gotta admit, it looks a lot like a robot.
Sure. Anyway, I don't think it gets used much. It's looking pretty rusty.
Hey, Nick, do you think this giant robo-incinerator can walk?
I told you, it's not a robot. And it's not especially big, either. Ugh, you have no imagination. I thought it'd be real neat if you had to beat it to advance. Fight between a lawyer and an overgrown furnace. Who'd ever pay to see that? If you slapped the name Ace Attorney on it, a fucking lot of people.
Hey, a half-open gate! That's practically a welcome mat.
Yeah, except the sign on here says no entry.
Nick? Rules are made to be broken, you know.
You expect a lawyer to go along with that?
Oh, come on, you're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go.
Don't blame it on me when Sister Bikini puts a curse on you.
Now you've got me scared. Let's just forget about it, okay?
Uh-huh.
Looks like there's something written on it.
I can't read it, but if I had to take a good guess, I'd say it says Inner Temple.
What's the point of a sign if you can't read it? Must be tough for the mailman when he's delivering here.
I guess the sign is a good indication of how long this place has been here. Fair.
So that's the inner temple up ahead, huh?
Looks kind of run down.
Well, it wouldn't be very temple-like if it was all bright and shiny.
So you're training here tonight, huh?
Yep. Then everyone will see my spiritual powers.
Sounds like your stomach wants to show off its digestive powers instead. I wonder if that roast is ready yet. That it? That appears to be the last of it. Large area. Onwards to the training hall. Which looks more like prison for some reason. What the fuck? Okay, then. I'll be off in this secluded area so that I can be blamed when a body appears because I'm not allowed to go anywhere. Give me a second. Okay. She'll be barred in with the corpse to make it seem even worse. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny, freezing cold room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh?
Huh? What do you mean both? I'm the only one.
Really? But I thought...
Pearlie's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training.
So says the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering.
Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there.
That's a cell door.
Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there.
Even I can sense that there's something supernatural about the cavern behind that door.
Excuse me, but who are you?
You're...
Hi there! We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Huh? Is something wrong? No. It's... nothing. I wonder why she's spaced out like that. Don't you, Nick?
Did you say something, Maya? Maya?
Not you too, Nick! My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Fey. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some, chores to attend to. She sure is beautiful. And a bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to talking with urban sophisticates like us. Nick?
That girl. It can't be, but...
Huh? The actual training area must be on the other side of this door. I wonder what it's like. Phooey! It's locked. Come on, Nick. You know you want to open it for me.
I can't.
You've been in kind of a bad mood lately, haven't you, Nick? Svari! I know what it is. I-R-I-S. Iris and Nick, sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
Not exactly.
Look at this antique dresser. I wonder if there's anything valuable inside. Let's have a look. Nothing, just a bunch of clothes. Hey, Nick.
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking.
Oh, about Iris, I bet. Looks like you've been bitten by the love bug, Nick.
There are a bunch of musty-looking blankets and bedding sets piled up here. I wonder why they're even here in the first place.
It's because all spiritual training is done under the supervision of a nun. I wonder if Sister Bikini is planning to sleep in here while I train.
But if they sleep, what's the point of having them here in the first place? A hanging scroll. Ah! Ah! What is it? Why did you scream like that?
This scroll, it's my mother.
Oh, really? What?
It's Misty Fey, the master of the Kurain School of Channeling.
Are you sure?
Yes. That crest at the top of the scroll. That's the special mark of the master of our tradition.
So that's what the mark means.
What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face.
Maya. And we have the hanging scroll. It's a hanging wall scroll showing... It's a hanging wall scroll showing Maya's mother, Misty Fey. It's not that old. That crest at the top is the official mark of the master. I wonder if this temple has some sort of connection to the Fey family.
I think it does, actually. Supposedly it was founded by a branch family member of the Kurain School.
I'll have to ask Bikini in more detail when I get the chance. About Maya and the Fey family in general. Which makes it funny that Pearl found this via a newspaper ad. But that is everything. I can't recognize my mother's face. Hint, hint. We will see if you're right. The only face we can be certain about is this one. Lots of faces, except for Godot's. His is covered.
Phew, we managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling all right? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
You think he's yelling at us?
He must be. There's no one else around. Ah! Hey, I know you! You're... Whoa! Sorry, gotta run! See ya! Hey! Wait a minute! Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Laurice Donim. Oh, thank God. We finally managed to surprise Gwunbush. I didn't think I'd ever get to do that again in my life. Liar! You're Larry! Your clothes may change, but you're still the butts. Shut up! I'm Laurice! And I'm just here to do a sketch at Dusky Bridge. So, it really is our Larry. Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else. Wait, no. No. Thank you for that, that was good. So, what are you doing with the last name Donim? Well, I just, I wanted to start over again, with a clean slate! A clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? The mask-to-mask case. After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. And that's when I came across it. The Book of Destiny.
The Book of Destiny? Do you mean...
The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Donim. It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved.
Maybe I should buy a copy of the Magic Bottle.
Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. I really want to get that book now, too.
Just out of curiosity, if I show you her...
Elise is really something. She's like a mother to me.
Yeah, you can tell from the kindness reflected in her eyes.
When I first looked into her eyes, I just couldn't help it. I started blabbing about all the bad things I'd done in my life. She just laughs that gentle laugh of hers and listened.
Are you sure she wasn't just laughing at you?
Whoo, yeah, her! My little Iris!
She's really pretty.
This girl, she's perfect! She's exactly my type!
I wonder if she would model for me.
I want to draw a portrait of her.
Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a sec. Didn't you say you were swearing off women?
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have, basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream.
This guy'll never change.
Laurice Donim, age 25. Fuck off.
Better known as Larry Butts, currently in training as Elise's pupil.
Hey, I know I may not look like it, but I'm an artist. I refuse to look at anything that doesn't have a radiant or beautiful motif.
Picky, aren't you?
Yeah, he's basically Dennis, you're not wrong.
She seems really motherly, doesn't she?
What do you mean, seems motherly? She is my mother. I don't remember this.
She's your what?
I'm gonna have to take a pass on answering that one. Wait a second. Why is he getting off so easy this time?
I feel like that's never mentioned again.
I haven't seen her in a while, so I bet she's gotten a lot bigger.
Well, it's only been 4 months since we celebrated Ron's not guilty verdict.
Maybe so, but kids these days grow up so fast.
She hasn't changed a bit as far as I can tell.
Come on, Nick. I really doubt that. You just don't know because you don't pay enough attention, that's all.
Sometimes I really worry about what goes on inside this guy's head.
Hey, I know I may not look like it, but I'm an artist. Oh, wait. Did he say that about himself? Yeah. That's funny. Hey, I remember her. That's Maya's big sister.
Wow, you really do remember.
Yeah, who could forget? A couple of gorgeous sisters. Hubba hubba.
You hear that, Nick? Gorgeous.
Oh yeah, that's right. When I defended Larry, Mia was still alive. Wow, you're even cuter than the last time I saw you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you look like a totally different person. Don't you think so, Nick? Maybe it's because we're always together, but she looks pretty much the same to me. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere.
Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady.
You see? You see? Here's a photo I took of her in secret.
Wow, that's a beautiful photo.
You want a copy, don't you? It's okay. I just happen to have made extra prints. Photo of Elise added to the court record. Still, it's kinda hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell the truth. You must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women.
Talk about a bad case of denial.
Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know. It's also about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder.
Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart.
It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended, and something else began.
Oh, Larry, it sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Donem.
No, you're wrong. It's not her. It's the other girl. Other girl? Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this.
Everyone! Hey, Pearly! Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. Alright, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going to go to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training.
Have fun on the murder bridge. Jesus, can you imagine if Pearl was the victim? February 7, 7:46 p.m., main hall. Boy, am I stuffed. Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training?
Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk.
No pain, no gain, I guess.
I'm still worried about you.
Well, let's not dilly-dally, shilly-shally. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya.
Alright, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess.
Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, alright?
Yes, Sister Bikini.
And then, after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall.
I understand, Sister Bikini.
Maya and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Ah, I'd love to.
Pearls is absolutely smitten with Miss Donem. So Larry, what are you gonna do? Huh? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. I totally hear you there.
Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word.
Oh, okay. And what about this word?
That's another rough one. It says roast. What kind of a book is she reading anyway?
Well, I'm going to go wash the dishes and help clean up. I'll go visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise.
Well, not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. February 7, 9:12 p.m., Hazakura Temple, main hall. Ugh. It's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Ugh, why couldn't the nearest bathroom be just a little closer to my room? Someone says Mr. Wright. Ah! Mr. Wright. Oh, Miss Donham. Are you going to use the bathroom too? No. But have you seen Pearl? No. Not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going to go to your room. I know. But she never showed up. I'm going to go look for her. Excuse me. Ms. Elise Donham. A woman as mysterious in origin as her last name. But the really mysterious one is...
Oh.
Sister Iris.
Good evening.
The really mysterious one is this girl.
Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright?
I can't let this chance pass me by. I should try to talk with her, and maybe get some answers. Okay. Your sister Iris, right?
Yes.
So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple?
I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home.
So you've never left?
Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini. I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were.
Ah, I see. But didn't you go to college? And maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department?
No. I never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need.
I see.
But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone, too.
It's not exactly something worth bragging about. But I don't see any Cyclops. So I guess that means she's not lying?
Please don't stare at me like that.
What kind of a place is this, anyway? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that.
It must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you.
Well, I have to admit it is a whole different world up here.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Huh?
Talking with dead people. Who does it help, anyway? I hate it.
Really? So then, why stay in a place like this? Is something wrong?
I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out.
I guess it's almost 10 now, huh?
Mr. Wright?
Yes?
If it's all right with you, I would like you to have this.
But this is your hood.
It has the power to protect you from evil spirits.
Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these, too.
I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night.
A magical hood said to offer protection from evil spirits.
I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night.
Wait a minute. Sister Iris.
Yes?
Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced myself to you.
That's...
Sister Iris, please. Tell me the truth. You and I. Have we ever met before? Iris.
Oh, it's almost 10. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow.
There's only been one other person with that many locks. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I'll have to try to talk with her again tomorrow. What the? That blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. February 7, 11:06 p.m., Hazakura Temple Courtyard. That scream. I'm sure it came from around here. Ah! Someone's there. On the ground. Miss Stoneham! I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that! What are you doing lying there in the snow? I was passed out! What do you think? So that blood-curdling scream was you? Forget about that! Hurry up and call the police! Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we still get reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. We've got no choice. You'll have to use the public phone by Dusky Bridge. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Run as fast as you can! Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will... February 7, 11:18 p.m., Dusky Bridge. It's farther than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened, too. Ah! Dusky Bridge! It's burning down! What the heck happened? What are you doing here? Ah! Huh? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry. It's Laurice. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me. There's been a murder here at Hazakura Temple. What? What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. But please call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait. I must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Ah! No! Weakened even more by the fire. The rickety old bridge's planks snapped and gave way. And as I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me, a final, terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. Generally, I would stop here. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to do much more, though. I'm not going to do the full next section. It's just that I really like the next section. So we're going to start it at least. Date. Fuck knows. Time. Unknowable. Location. Somewhere. Who could that be at this time of night? Yes? Edgeworth speaking.
Edgy, get up! It's an emergency!
Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is?
It's not Larry, it's Larice. Larice stoned him.
This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and...
Wait, don't hang up! It's an emergency! It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so...
I'm not joking. His life is in danger.
What? What happened? Tell me.
Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you gotta come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris. My beautiful Iris. She needs help.
All right. I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can.
I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry!
It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. February 8, 2:19 p.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room.
You're late, Edgy! What took you so long?
I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could.
Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise. And Nick is... an Iris bikini.
Huh?
Say something, Edgy!
Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author Miss Elise Donim. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest.
Yes, that's right. You got it. But they arrested her. My sweet little Iris.
And here I was, convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for.
What are you talking about?
They're things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other. He couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is. Could he?
I'm begging you. Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I got left. You're the only one that can represent her.
What did you just say?
You know, represent! Defend! What were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway?
I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who...
Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell.
But
I mean, I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before.
How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay?
Please, Edgy.
By the way, can I point out that my title for today's stream has been a spoiler the whole time?
At least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story.
So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all.
Thank you for coming. My name is Iris.
Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder.
Mr. Wright. How is he? Mr. Larice said that he might even die.
Fortunately, he will be fine. Larry, you moron. How could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed.
Thank goodness.
Edgeworth doesn't seem to remember, actually. She does look quite different in this outfit. You gotta understand, Phoenix dated her for a few months. Edgeworth had her as a witness in one trial many years ago. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold.
A cold?
He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman. I feel like I've met her before. That's all. Yeah. See, he does get the impression, but it doesn't jump at him. The guard is glaring at me. If someone glares at you, it's only polite to return the favor, is what I was taught.
Are you all right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, excuse me. The camera is glaring at me. If something glares at you, it's only polite to return the favor, is what I was taught.
Is something bothering you?
Oh, excuse me. So, you have the evidence. Attorney's badge, received from Wright. He wasn't serious when he gave this to me. Was he? Magatama received from Wright something about reading people's hearts. What utter nonsense. Hanging scroll. And yeah, these are not going to have strange descriptions. That's a surprisingly good photo for an accidental shot. Well, not accidental, but a shot that she didn't pose for. Anyway, she's dead now. Note that we have a different set of profiles, because Edgeworth hasn't met everyone yet. And we have Phoenix. Phoenix Wright, 26. My friend since grade school, fell from Dusky Bridge and is currently hospitalized. We have Gumshoe, who we haven't run into yet. We have Larry. And we have the victim and suspect. We do not have any of the Fays, or Bikini, or Godot. We do not have any of the Fays. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before.
It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple.
Hazakura Temple? What's that?
It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power.
Oh man, this is not the case for Miles. Spiritual power. Did you go to that temple for that reason as well?
No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them.
In that case, what are you doing at the temple then?
I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and why I continue to train. To purify my soul.
Has it dawned on y'all that we're representing her? Her? I want to ask you about last night. The night of the crime.
All right. I helped to clean up after dinner, and then went back to my room at about 8. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10.
Bell.
We ring it at the same time each night.
I see. And then?
And then I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there.
Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to?
I was frightened,
Frightened.
so I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened.
There's more to her story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder.
Yes,
However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What in the world?!
is there something wrong?
I'm sorry. It's nothing. It looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about, the psycho locks. I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. So do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night?
I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed.
Spiritual power?
Yes. Spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example.
Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I am a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power.
Yes, I understand. Most people don't.
And I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Stonim?
No. I'm not the one who took her life.
Those psycholock things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying.
What's wrong?
I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that's about all that you can tell me.
Thank you very much for listening to my story.
I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you.
Me?
Yes. At the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you.
If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands.
But before that, I have one question.
Yes?
Do you know Wright?
Why would you ask that?
Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you?
Oh, we're gonna be here for a bit. He is... He is a very dear and indispensable friend.
It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him.
You deceived him.
I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me, without learning the truth.
Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. I'll defend you. But only if you agree to that one condition.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise.
Very well. Then I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene.
Is that an attorney's badge?
Yes, this belongs to Wright.
Really?
I'm actually a prosecutor.
Oh, then why do you have a defense attorney's badge pinned on your lapel?
Well, you see, I borrowed it. Who is the woman on this hanging scroll?
Well, I don't know the details, but I've heard she's the master of the Kurain channeling technique.
Master?
Yes, Mystic Misty. She was a great spirit medium. That's what I've heard. I also heard that she went missing over 15 years ago.
Spirit mediums? There's no such thing, anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I know all about them. They're nothing but frauds. She doesn't know anything about it, of course. But there was a time, 17 years ago, when I met the Master myself. Still got some work to do, huh?
That's called a demon warding hood.
Wait, why does Edgeworth have that right now?
I gave that to Mr. Wright last night.
He was wearing this when I saw him at the hospital today.
It's an important item for protecting acolytes from evil spirits.
If it's so important, then why did you give it to him?
Last night, I felt something. I felt that something terrible was about to happen. I didn't want Mr. Wright to fall into its grip.
Well, he wound up falling into something much deeper and colder. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, though. Thank God for inner monologue. Okay, so I am showing her Hazakura Temple map, right? That's what I'm showing her. Hazakura Temple map. Listen to this.
I'm sorry. I don't leave the temple grounds very often, so I don't know very much about the outside world. I was against the idea of our temple appearing in that magazine. I was afraid that this type of tragedy might occur.
In that case, why did you allow them to run an article about you?
It was Sister Bikini. She's actually rather fond of attention. Surprisingly so.
She certainly does look rather happy in this photo.
That's Mystic Elise Donim. She's a picture book author, or so I've heard.
Does she come to Hazakura Temple often?
No. This was her first time. It's just that she was a very important visitor.
Is that so?
Yes. Sister Bikini told me, be certain not to offend her, or murder her.
The victim, Ms. Elise Donim. The prosecutor's office still doesn't have much information about her, it seems. Would that be the same thing? Yeah. They usually double that up if it sounds too close to a profile entry. It probably is one.
You want to know about me? There's not much to tell, I'm afraid.
Just let me get one thing straight. You were raised at Hazakura Temple, correct? And yet, somehow, you seem to know Wright. So you two must have crossed paths somewhere.
No, Mr. Edgeworth. Whomever it was, it couldn't have been me.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, that's Mr. Laurice.
I'm sorry, who did you say it was?
Laurice Donim. He is Mystic Elise's apprentice, I think.
All right. Now, who exactly is this guy?
He's a very sincere, hard-working person. Did I say something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth?
Excuse me, I was temporarily at a loss for words. Take a trip, come home, be thrust suddenly into Bizarro World.
Mr. Wright, how bad is his cold?
Well, his fever is very high. As a result, he's rather confused. He's worried about Maya, who is still trapped in the inner temple. And he's quite worried about you as well, it seems.
Really?
Yes. Naturally, once he recovers, I'll pass the baton back to him.
No, don't. I'm sure that Mr. Wright wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want to defend me.
I certainly wouldn't. And yet. Well, I am going to stop soon, but let's just convene on the bridge. Let's just convene on the bridge, and we'll stop on the bridge. February 8, Dusky Bridge. Now that bridge has a hole in it. It sure is cold, all right. So this is it. Dusky Bridge. Oh, wow! It's you, Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see! It's been about a year? Or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch! And there's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct. A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was gonna get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot? Should we leave here before we talk to Gumshoe? I just thought it would be good to finish on Edgeworth Gumshoe Reunite. So yeah, this is possibly my favorite singular scene for my favorite singular section of the trilogy. Because Edgeworth is more fun to play than Wright. And it's just really cool. And I wasn't going to end without getting a little bit of it. Though I probably should have ended at the to be continued for like well, I mean, he gets 2 whole games of his own, and yeah, I will play them. I don't know when I will come back to playing them, because like this case might well take us 4 weeks. This case might take us all of July. So it's hard to say when exactly I will play some Edgeworth games. But the thing is, the first one isn't very good. Well, that's not true. It's fine. It's a lot of people rank it lowest or amongst the lowest of their Ace Attorney games. And I can see why. It has the same struggles as Apollo Justice does, and I think people don't like Spirit of Justice much either, but anyway. But the second one is the best written game in the series. It just is. It just randomly, suddenly is. It also doesn't have an English localization, so you have to use a fan patch, which is really good. So it's basically available in English, it's just not official. So all of the characters who are new to that game have unofficial English names. Like Raymond Shields. If Capcom localized it, he'd probably be called something else. But anyway, partially because it's worth playing just because you get to play as Edgeworth, but really the reason to play the first game is so that you can get to the second one. They certainly are, South. Robin, did you keep up on my Ace Attorney story? Are you aware of the thing that I'm doing? I don't even recall if you are. No, you are. I've told you about it, I think. At least reference something. I told you about the emote thing. But yes, the Ace Attorney fans are very good and dedicated at creating things. I can tell you that from personal witnessing. Back at the top, I think. So next week, Miles Edgeworth will fill the hole, fill the void left behind as Phoenix Wright recuperates in prison. Prison? Hospital. What the fuck? Jail, hospital, same thing, right? As Phoenix Wright recuperates in hospital. Well done, Guan, for noticing the IV stand, because I never noticed that. I knew what was going to happen because I played it, but I never noticed in that little splash image of Phoenix reading the case that he was in a hospital bed. But yeah, that is when he reads up on case 4 and case 1. I think I'm pretty sure he familiarizes himself with Mia's Dahlia related cases, so that later on in this case, when he is recovered, he can return to the scene. Obviously, we're not going to be playing as Edgeworth for the rest of the game, but we are going to get to play as him for at least this investigation period. Whether or not we get to step into the courtroom as Edgeworth defense attorney, I will leave that question unanswered for now. Obviously, the people who've played it before know whether or not that happens, but I won't spell it out. But at the very least, we get to go around the temple and look at things. 3-1 on his first day and 3-4 on his second day. True. But that's an interesting question, because the trials, after the first game, you only ever get 2-day trials, right? So if he needs 2 days to recover, how's that work? It's been more than an hour. I just kept this hat on until the end for fun, but the jingling goes away now. That is a stream. Tomorrow I will be doing Hildebrand, as well as my usual daily... So we won't go straight into Hildebrand, but tomorrow we'll try to do all of the newly available Hildebrand. Next week I'm probably taking the Friday off again. I'll try not to, but I might, because it's a big week for recording, and I also might have another job to do, which I've heard about today that I don't know I can do all in Monday, so I may need to take Friday or even the Wednesday next week, but there'll definitely be at least 2 streams in the week. That'll just be going ahead. I will take a weekday off when I need a weekday off to try and preserve the weekends. Today is day 1, tomorrow day 1 of trial is day 2, so he'll be free for the last day. Well, if you're gonna maths it. But we will see the adventures of Miles Edgeworth, defense attorney, next week, and it will be really good. Catch you then. Fare thee well.